One, two. 1, 2, 1, 2. Here we go. Let's roll. 1, 2, 3. 165. Has a good five. Has a good 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 enough. Has a good has a good 750 and 70 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 75 here, 77 and a half, 750 and 77 above 80 and now 80 there, going to be 80, 180 there, 80 give 80 there, 80 give 80 there, 80 80 there, 180 here, 80 here, 80 here, that's 177.50 on 62. S62. No worky up here. They said the two on the sides. 2 and 3-year-olds, $2 a pound, 210, and 210, 10, 10, and $2.10, 10, 20, 220, 30, we get 30, we get 40, we get 40, 230, 40, 50, and 250, 60, going to be 260, 70, we get 270, 80, we get 280, we get 280, 80, 75, 80, and 280 pound, going to be 80 here at bow, 275, give 85, 85 and 90, we get 290, we get 290, we get 290 here, going to be 85 and 90, and 5, and 95 there, 3, and 95, we get 305, 305, 305, and $3.05, we get 5 and 5 here, $5 and half 5 here, Chris, $3, 3X. Well, it's kind of like old times. Okay, I can see it. Weigh 11.98, $1.50. 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 55, 57, 7, 7, 7, 57, 57, 50, 57, 57, 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 57, 60, and now 62 and a half, 2 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 and a half, 62, 50, and 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half here, Chris, 160, 13. Wait, 1365. 155, 55, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, going to be 7 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, 70, 50, and 77 and a half, going to be 77 and a half, going to be 77 of 80, and now 82 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 81, $81, and now 1 here, going to be 81, 81, 81, 81, 81, 81, here, JR, 180, put them on JR, 33. Old poor thin cows here, 125. 125, 25, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 20, 7 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, now half here, 750, and 27 and a half, going to be 27, 30, and 30, now 30 here, 8, 9, and 29, 30, we get 30, going to be 30, we get 30, going to be 30, now 1, and 30 here, 31, 31, 2, 31, 2, 31, 2, 33, 33, 33 and a half, 33, 4, and 33, 4, 5, and 35, 600, now 35, going to be 6, 7 here, now 37 of 8, we get 37 of 8, 37 of 8, we get 9, going to be 9, 40, 1, and 41, 41, 2, 43, 43, 44, you get 4, and 44, 43, we get 44, 43, we get 4, 43, we get 4, 43, we get 4, and 44, 43, 43, we get 4, 4 here, so 143, put them on Cavernous X. I'm a kid, father, going to be 10 years old, father, here, 155, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and to get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 70, going to get 70, going to be 72 and a half, 72, 55, and 75 here, 77 and a half, 77, 50, and 77 and a half, going to be 77 and a half here, going to be 77 and a half here, so 175, S 62. $3 and 4-year-olds. $2. $2.05 and $2.05. Big five and 5 here. Big 5. Big 5. Big 5. Big 5 and 5 here. $1.55 and 55. 55. 55. 55. 60. Big 5 and 65. 70. 175. 75. 75. 75 here. 75 and 75 here. 75. 80 and 180. 182 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. Big 2 and a half. Going to be 80. Big 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 5. 85 here. Going to be 85. 85. 85. 83. 85. 85 here. Going to be 3. 7. 87 here. 87 here. 85. 87 here. Sold 185. Put them on Jace. 10. Four and 5-year-olds. 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, 7 and a half, now 7 and a half, 70, 170, 170, and half 70, going to get 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5 here, 75 here, 50, and 77 and a half, give 80 there, 2 and a half, 82 and a half, 5, 85, 85 there, going to be 87 and a half, 87 and a half, and 90, and 190, going to get 5, 95, now 95, now 2, now 205, 205, 10, and 210, 15, 215, 20, and now 25, 225 here, going to be 225, and 225 of 5, going to be 225 here, Chris, 220, 3X. Seven, 8, 9, and 10s. 165. And 65. And 65. 65. 65. 65. 65. 7 and a half. 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 70. And half 70. 70. 70. 2 and a half. 72. 55. And 75. 750. And 77 and a half. Going to be 77 of 80. And now 80 here. Going to be 80. 180 here. 80. 180. 9. And now high. Going to be 80. And high. Going to be 85. Going to be 80. Bit of 80. High. Going to be 85. Going to be 80. Bit of 80. High. Going to be 80. Bit of 80. Going to be 80. S 179. 62. Already got the S brand on them there, John. Superman. Did you ever watch that, Rob? Oh, yeah. 9 and 10-year-olds, guys, right there, 125, and 25, and 25, 30, bit of 5, bit of 40, bit of 5, bit of 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, and 45 there, bit of 45, 50, and 50, 57 half, and 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 50, bit of 50, 50, 50, 50, going to be 52 and a half, and 52 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 5 here, 5 here, this, 52 and a half, 3. 9 and 10 years old, they're 3 to 5 months bred. 155 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. Doug, you're out 2 and a half, 250 and 62 and a half, 5 and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, going to get 70, now 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5 and 75 here, 50, 77 of 80, and now 80 there, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 5, 85, 87 of 5, going to be 87 of 5, going to be 87 of 5, going to be 87, 50, now 90, and now 92 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 5. 95 here, 97.50, and down $2 pound, going to be 3, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 202.50, at 2, and 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, bit of a dive here, going to be 2 and a half, yes, $2, 17. 2 and 3 months, they are young, 2-year-old, they're 2,000. 2,100 and 21 and 20 and 21, 21, 2,100 here, 5 here, 2 and 22, 22, now 3 and 23, bit of 3 and 23, bit of 4 and 24, bit of 5 and 25, 600 and 26, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7, 2,700, how it has 650 and 26 and a half here, 7 and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 20, bit of 7 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 27.50 and 20, bit of 7 and a half here, going to be 27 and a half here, bit of a half here, sort of a 2,700 and tone 2,700. Give him a shot. You're going to board him? Really? Okay. It's your choice. One short red should be there. 155, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 170, 170, 171, 71, 70, and half, 72 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 1, and 77, 71, 71, 71, 71, 2, 72, 72, 72, 2, 3, and 73, we get 3, 73, 74, and 74 here, 73, 74 to 5, 75, 75, 74, 75, 74, 75, Jay Shrout, 75, and 74 to 5 here, 75, 75, 75, Kyle, 174, 121. X. 21X. 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 45, 45, 45, 50, 50, 50, 58, 7 and a half, and 47 and a half, 47, 50, 50, going to be 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, bit of that here, 52, 50, and 52 and a half, 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 here, Cavness, 150 on nothing. They're worth 5,000 in a few months. Can you keep him that long? Can you keep him? Can you keep him till September? You get rain every night? 4 inches of rain? Higgins here. 225 and 225 and 25, 25, 225 and 225 and 5 here, 5 here, 225 and 5 here, 225 and 225 and 5 here, $2 a pound, going to be 2 and a half and 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, going to be 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 10, going to be 2, 10, 12 of the van, 10, 12 of the van, going to be 10 and 12 of the van, going to be 10 and 12 of the van, 10, 12 of the van, going to be 11, now 12, 11, going to be 12 and 13, and 30, 30, 14, going to get 14, going to get 14, going to get 14, 15, and 250 and 15, 14, going to be 15, 15, going to 15, going to get 15, going to get 15, 14, going to be 215. And 15, we get 15, we get 15, we get 15 here, Doug. 214, 7X. Wham here, right there, 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, 35, 45, 35, 40, 55, 45, 50, 50, and 45, 50, 45, 50, 45, 50, 45, now 50, and 45, and 50, 50, 50, now 45, 50, now 7 and a half, 50, 50, now 50, now 7 and a half, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 250, and 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half here, Cavness 150 on nothing. Next week we got a whole bunch of bred cows. 100 fall Kevin cows. Now, y'all be nice to that auctioneer. Be here next week. 3 to 6 years old. They're all in a calving period of 45 days starting in, was it the end of August? Is that what I read? Next week, 100 fall Kevin bred cows. 7 to 10s are open here. 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7, 57, 57, 7, 7, 7, 57, 7, 7, 50, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2.5, 5, as it get 5, has it get 5, 7, 70, 70, not 2.5, 70, not 2.5, 72.5, 5, and 75, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, here, 75, here, 70, Charlie out, 75, and 77, 50, and 77, 80, and now 80 here, going to be 81, 80 here, 80, give 80 here, 80 here, 80 here, cow, 177 and a half, 21. To 10, and to 10, 12, 50, and 10 and 12 to the group 10 and 12 to the group 10 and 12 to the group 10, 12, 50, and 10 and 12 to the group 10, 12 to the 10, 12 to the 10, 12 to the group 15, and 15, and half, 15, 50, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17, 20, and hand 20, 23, group 20, 23, group 20, 20, hand 20, and hand 20, group 20, group 20, group 20, group 20, group 20, here, Doug, 217 and a half, 7. What happened to the bull market? $5 and 6 year olds, $2. $2.05 and $2.05. Get 5 here. Get 5. 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 205 and $2.05 here. Get 5. Get 5. Get 5 now 5 here down 205. $1.50. $50. $55 and 55 and 55. 55. 55. 55. 55. 55 now 55 now 55. 55. 55. 55 60 and now 5. 65. 70. 75 and 75. 80. 85. 85. 85. 85. 85. 85 here. Going to be $85 here. Going to be 85 here. Bow 180 on 5. Eight-year-old cows here, 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, now 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half here, 65, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 3, 5, and half 5, now 3, going to get 5, John, now 3, 5, now 3, now 5, 7, and 7, now 7, and 7, and 5, now 7, and 67 here, going to be 7, and 9, now 9, going to get 9, going to be 7, now 9, going to be 9, 69, and now 7, now 79, here 70, going to get 71, and 77 1 2 72 72 71 2 D 171 on 1. 5, 8, 10 and 9-year-old $1 pound, 105, and $105 here, good to be 105, good to get 5, good to get 5, good to get 5, and 10, good to be 110, good to get 15, good to be 20, good to get 5, good to be 30, and 30, good to get 30, 25, good to get 30, 25, good to get 35, and 35, 35, 40, good to get 40, good to get 40, 40, good to be 35, 40, 5, and 45, 50, and 45, good to get 50, good to get 50, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5, and 50, 5 here, 5 here, good to be 50, 5 here, Bob, 150, put them on Showtime, nothing. Eight, 9-year-olds here, 155, 55, 55, 55, 57, 55, 57, 57, 7, 7, 60, and down 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 7, 7, 70, 70, 72 and a half, 72, 55, and 75 here, 75, 75, 750, and 77 and a half, 80, 81, 81, 81, 80, and now 77, 50, 80, 80, said D, 177 and a half, but one Kyle, 21. 8-year-old cows here, 65. Has a good about, has a good about, 750, and 67 now 7.5, now 750, and 67, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, now 750, and 67, 7.5, 7.5, 70, 70, now 70, 170, 250, and 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 75 here, 75 here, 75, 75 here, Jace, 72 and a half, 30. Seven and 10-year-olds here, 150 now 2.5 and 2.5, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 2.5, 55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 7.5, 57, going to be 60 now 2.5, 2.5, 5 and 65 now 65, 7.5, 7.5, 70, 70 now 70, 170, going to be $8 and now 9, going to be 70, 71, 71, 71, 71 and 70, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71 now 71, going to be 171 and 70, 71 here, 71 here, 71 here, Chris 170 on 20. They're 6, 7, and 8-year-olds. 6 to 10. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2.5, 5, and 55, 7.5, 7.5, 70, 70, now 2.5, 72.5, 72, 50, and 72.5, 75, and 75 here, 50, 77, going to be 77.5, 6, 7, and 77, $8, 77, 77, 70, going to be 9, going to be 80, and high, going to be 85, going to be 80, going to be 80, going to be 81, here, going to be 82, going to be 82, and how to there, going to be 81, $2, going to be 81, 2 there, going to be 81, get 2, and how to 82, 85, get 2, JR, 181, put up on number 33, JR. 8 and 10-year-olds here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 50, and 57, 55, 57, 7, 60, 60, 2.5, 5, going to be 7 now, 70, 102.5, 71, and 70, 71, 2, 71, 2, 3, 73, 73, so we have 4, and 74, 75, 75, 5, 76, and 75, 76 here, 75, 6 here, 75, 76, and 75, going to be 6 here, 75, going to be 6 here, Chris, 175, 20. Make up in 10. The 8 and 9-year-old cows here, 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, south half, 57, 57, 7, 60, and now 2.5, 2.5, 5, and has a good 7.5, now 7.5, 70, and 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, what about 1, 2, 72, 3, and 73, 74, 74, 73, 74, 5 here, 75 here, 75, 75, 74, 600, and 76, 7, and 77, 77, 77, 6, 7, and 77, 7, now 70. 77, Chris, 176 on 20. Seven and 8-year-olds. 65, and 65, 750, and 67, 70, 70, and 2.5, 75, 77, now 77, 50, 80, and now 82, 2.5, 5, 85 here, going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 5 here, 5 here, going to be 85, 85 here, 5 here, JR, 180, 2.5, do it again, 30, 33. I don't know why I thought that. I was like, he always wears a white, plain white t-shirt. What you got here, Antone? 8 to 10s here. 65. As it get 5. 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 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and 70. 70 and 2 and a half. 70 and 2 and a half. 72 50 and 5 and 75 50 and 77 and a half. Going to be 77 and a half. Going to be 77 and a half here. 75 6 quarter and 75 76 75 6 quarter and 6 7 and 77 away 77 away 77 away 77 58 dollar and 70 hay 70 hay 77 now hay 77 going to be $8 77 going to be Chris 177 on 20. Five to 6 year olds. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, as it get 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 7, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, going to get 70, and 2 and a half, 70, and 2 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 75, 75, 750, and 77 and a half, 82 and 2 and a half, going to be 5, 85, 87 and a half, going to be 87 and a half, going to be 87 and a half, going to be 87, 50, 85, 87, 50 and a half here, going to be 87 and a half here, Jace, 185, 10. Five to 9 years old. Working on the A-bar cows. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, now 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, going to get 70 and 2 and a half, and 71, 2, and 72, 73, 73, 74, 74 here, 75 here, 75 here, 600, 75, 600, and 75, 6, 76, 7, and half 77, going to get 70, hey, going to get 70, hey, going to be 9, going to get 9, going to be 9, going to be 80, 80, 80, 980, and 980, and 980, going to get 980, going to get 9, going to be 89, going to be 80, 80 here, going to be 9, going to be 80, JR, 179, 33, 179. I got it. We'll roll on. Yes. Yes. Yeah, she's just waiting to get her numbers put in the computer. 179, JR 33. 5 to 8 year olds. All right, guys, right there here, 155, 55, 55, 57, 50, 57, 57, 7, 7, 57, 57, 7, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7, 7, 70, going to get 70, now 1, and 70, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, going to get 72, 71, 2, 3, and 73, 74, 74, 75, 75, you get 5, and 76, 6, 7, and 77, 8, 77, 8, 77, 8, 77, $8, and 77, 8, going to get 77, 8, going to get 78, 77, $78 and 77 baby 70 hey 70 hey 70 hey 77 8 here JR 177 34. Long toes, cripples are all going to go. $100 on $1.35. 135 and 35, 45 and 45. It'll get 55, 55, 55, 60 and down 2 and a half, and down 2 and a half, now 5. Zig it about 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70. It'll get 72 and a half, 5 and 75 here, 75 there, 75, 50 and 77 and a half here. You're going to be 77 and a half. Going to be 77, 56, 7 and 77. It'll get 77. It'll get 77, $8 and 77. It'll get 78, 78, 78, 78. Now 9 and down high. Going to be 70 now 9 and 78. Going to be $9. It'll get 9. Going to be 9. It'll get 9. Going to be 9. It'll get 9. D 178 1. Five to 8. 155, 55, 55, 55, 57, 50, 57, 57, 7, 60, and now 2 and a half, half 5, has a good about 7, 50, and 67, 67, 70, 70, 70, good to be 70 point, and 70, 71, 71, 2, 71, 2, 71, good to be 2, 2, 3, and 2, we get 3, and 2, we get 3, and 2, we get 3, 72, 3, and 72, now 3, we get 3, and 3, we get 3, 72, good 4, and 74, 74, 74 to 5 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75 here, 75 there, 75 here, S, 174, 22. Got a little bump. She got a bump. Something there. She looks like Dad, don't she? $1.50. $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, and 71, 75, 75, now 80, now 90, 190, now 100, 100, now 2, now 10, 210, 220, 210, 20, 30, and 225, 30, and 225, and 30, we get 2, 30, we get 2, 30, we get 2, 35, we get 35, now 35, 40, and 45, we get 45, 45, 50, we get 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, Chris, 250, 3X. I don't know who's helping you set your alarm clock, but they're doing a good job. Yeah, sometimes. Big cow here, 65. Has it 5? Has it 70, 70, and 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 75, 75, 50, and 77 and a half here, going to be 77, 50, and 77 and a half here, going to be 77 and a half here, going to be 77 and a half here, Cabinet 175, 3. Seven years old here, 65. Has it 5? Has it 7 and a half, 70, 102 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 50, and now 82 and a half, 82 and a half here, 250, 82 and a half here, 82 and a half here, Cabinet 183. She's a 7-year-old. She's 5 months bred. 165. Has it 5? Has it 7 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 50, 77 and a half, 81, 81, 82 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, 85 here, going to be 85, 87, going to be 87, going to be 87, 50, 87 and a half here, going to be 87, going to be 87 and a half here, sort of 185, S17. 7 by 3 plus 2100 and 21 and 2100 here 1 here 2100 here 22 and 23 to get 3 and 23 to get 3 and 23 to get 4 and 24 to get 5 and 25 here 25 24 and a half and 20 to get 4 and a half group 20 to get 4 and a half group 20 and 4 and a half group 24 and a half here so 2400 Chris 3. She's crippled here, daughter 55. 55, 57 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 60, and now 62 and a half, 2 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 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, and now 70, 70, 70, 70, going to be 70, 70, D, 67 and a half, oh. Roger was, he unloaded them trucks way back there. Oh, yeah. He didn't have a 2-1 in his head. Because I thought it was coming to the shade. 8-year-old. 65. Has it get 5? 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 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, even get 70, even get 2 and a half, 75, 75, 75, and 77 and a half here, 77, 50 and a half, 77 and a half, and 77, even get 50, 77, even get 50, 77, even get 50 here, 77 and a half here, Gibbon, 175. Take a bow, Rob, take a bow. Here's a 9-year-old cow here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, we get 5, and now 70, we get 5, going to be 80 now, 80, and 75, 50, and 77 and a half, going to be 77, we get 50 here, going to be 77 and a half here, JR, 175, 33. Big net gift. 8 years and 2 months, 150. 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 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 750, and 67, 7 and a half, 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 7 and a half here, Gibbon, 165. Jam gate. Oh, we're going to go back on up, aren't we? Each one's got one. Mustang's got one. I do not think El Reno has one. Remember, next week we're going to have 100 of those fall-bred cows coming from the DOC, Department of Corrections. They're going to be 3 to 6 year olds. Kevin, the end of August in a 45-day window. There's going to be 30 running age pairs. What's a running age? 2 to 10. Good answer. I think they could all run. Next week, get a little cow sale. Of course, that's the week I'll be gone. We will. He's going to get mad at me. You're going to be gone the biggest cow sale of the week. I got to go to Texas for baseball. I probably should. 8-year-old 65. Has a good five. Has a good 55. 57, 57. Going to be 60. We get 2.5. 5. Has a good 5. 7.5. 70. We get 70. Now 70. And has 70. We get 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 70. Here D. 67.5. 1. I could probably make it back. Nine-year-olds here, 65. Has a good 5. Has a good 7.5. 70. 70. Not 2.5. 75. 75 here, 75 here, 75 and 50 and 77. Going to be 77. Going to be 77. 50. 77. Bit of a half here, down here. Chris, 175. 20.
If we play Monday, the problem is we play Monday. We don't know yet. Depends on how we play Saturday, Friday, and Saturday. Friday and Saturday's pool play, then you play Monday starts the bracket. It's actually Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But I'm coming back Monday regardless.
You better come back Sunday.
Because we're taking 2 separate vehicles. Because Collins has to be back by Tuesday for cheer. So I said, well, we'll just come back Monday. I might as well just stay here then.
Collins weekend together.
Yeah.
She would love that.
She could go down with him and I go down and pick her up Monday or Sunday night.
6-year-old cow here, 65. Has a good 5. Has a good 7.5. 70. And now 70. Now 2.5. 70. 2.5. 72. 50. And 70. We get 2.5. Going to be 70. We get 2.5. 70. We get 2.5. Chris, 170. 20.
Yeah, I mean, she hasn't got to go to a sleepover or do anything.
Waxahachie, south of Dallas. Oh, yeah. You want to go? Tune up on 210-20 and 210-20. We get 210-20. We get 210-20. We get 210-20 here. Go to 210-20 and 210-20 and 210-20. 30. We get 39-5 here. 35, 40 here. Go to 245 and 45, 50 and 55, 60 and 265 and has to get a 70. We get 270. Go to 270 and has 70. We get 70. We get 70. Bow 265 1. Way her 72.50 and 70. We get 2.5. 70. Not 2.5. 75 here. 75, 50, 77 and a half. 80. Give 82 and 2. 82, 82, 4. 86 $. 85 6. 86 here. 7. 87, 88 $. 80. Hey, good 80. Hey, bit of a day here. Good 87. Bit of a day here. 89. 89, 89, 89, 89, 89 here. 89. Bit of a 9 here. Cabinets 188 3. Two and cheese open, guys, right there here. 250 pound, 255 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 255 and 55 and 5 here. 60, 5, going to be 260 and 55, 63, 5, 60 JR, 255, 3. Just 3 JR. 21. Three and open. Two and open. $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We get $5 here and $5 here. We get $5. We get $10. Going to be $3.10 now. 15, 20 and $3.25 and $3.25, 25, 25, $3.25 and $3.25 and 5 here. $5 here. Bow. $3.20 on one. Oh no! Did you buy a ring?
Move in first.
Where does she live? $65. As a get it, as a get it, as a get it, as a get it, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 70, 70, 2.5, 75, 70. She's a 5-year-old. She's 6 months bred. Won't you guys tell me that when they come in?
She might be wild. You might just stay right there.
She's what? I think she's a pretty nice cow. 2,500. 25, 25, 600, and 25, 2,600, and 25, going to be 2,600, and 25, going to be 26, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7 of 8, 27 of 8, 27 of 8, 27 of 8, going to be 50, $8, and 2,800, 2,800, 800, 800, 8, and 2,800, 8 here, Chris, 2,750 on 3. Can't see it. 5 years old. She's 3 months bred. 1,500. 15 and a half. 15 and a half here. Half and half here. Half and a half here. Going to be 16. Half and a 17. Half. 17 and a half. 18. 18 and a half. 1850. 18 and a half. Bow, you're out. 18 and a half. 18 and a half here. 19. Bit of 19. Bit of 19. Bit of 19. Bit of 1900. And 19. Bit of 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 19. Going to be 100. Chris. 18 and a half. 3. She ain't a 3, but she can go on there. Wow. 225 and 225 and 25, 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, and 27, 30 and half, 30, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5 and 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 40, we get 40, going to be 40 and a half, 40, 42 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 41, 3 and 45, 3, 5 and 45, 45, 47, 45, going to be 7, 45, we get 7, 249, 249, 249, 50 and 251 and 51, 2 and 52, 52, 53, 53, 53, 53, 54, 53, we get 4, 53, we get 4, 53, we get 4, 53, now 4 and 53, we get 4, 53, we get 4, sold to 53, yes, 61. 8-year-old mama, 61 and 2.5. You 2.5, 2.5, get 2.5, get 2.5, get 2.5, 5. And get 5, has get Christian bit, 65, 750, and has 70, get 2.5, 72.50, and 70, get 2.5, gonna be 70, get 2.5, gonna be 70, get 2.5 here. Chris, 170 on 20.
Snapped him.
$2 half 5 and $2 5. You get 5 here. 5. You get 5. You get 5. You get 5. You get 5 now. Side 5 here. 5 here. 10 and 210 and 5 and 10 here. 5 10 10 here. 5 you get 10. Bit of 10. Good 10 and 10. Sold 205. Doug 7.
Is that like just get a degree? Epic is.
225 and 225 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 210, 12 of a hand, 10 and 12 of a hand, 10 and 12 of a hand, 15, hands, hand, 15, 17 and a hand, 20, and hand 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, good 22 and a half, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, here, going to be 221, and 221, $1, here, $1, here, 220, 61.
Throughout the day.
210 and 210, 12 of 50 and 10, 12 of going to be 12 of a hand, 15, 7 and a half, going to be 20, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, going to be 5 and 225 and 25, 25, 25, 25 and 225 and 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, Doug, 222 and a half, 7.
They have them all stacked through the day, like Saturday morning, Saturday, or is it?
Oh, yeah. There's 3 of them Saturday. Noon, 5, and 7 or something.
Which one did you attend?
She got the... Because the state school finals was going on at Chickasha, so the rodeo kids was walking across first, so she went with them, then left.
210 and 210, 12 of a 15, 17, going to be 20, going to get 2 and 25, now 7 and a half, 30, now 30, now 32, 30, and 30, 30, now 30, now 30, now 30, and 27 and 20, 30, and 27, now 9, 29, 27 of 8, 27 of 8, 7 of 8, 7 of 8, 7 of 8, 27 of 8, now 9, and 29, 9, bit of a 9, going to be 29, and 30, and now 30, going to get 30, now 1, and 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, here, going to be 231, and 30, 31, here, 1, here, 1, here, 1, here, D-Bull, 230.
Sit there too, 30 seconds seats. 20 minutes for the graduation.
210 and 210, 1250, 10, 12 of a going to be 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 210, 1250, 10, going to get 12 of a 10, 12 of a 10, 12 of a 10, 12 of a going to be 10, 12 of a 15, and 15, hands 17, 17, 17, 215, 17, and 15, going to get 17, going to get 17, going to get 17, going to get 17, Doug, 215, 7.
Yeah, sit there for 2 hours before it started.
7 seats.
Oh gosh.
225 and 225 and 25, 25, 205, 25, 225 and 25 here, 25, 20, 10, 12, 50 and 10, 12, 11, good to be 10, 12, 11, 10, 12, 11, 15 and 15, 17 and a half, 17, 20, good to get 20, good to be 20, bit of 20, good to be 20, bit of 20, good to 20 and 20, 20 there, good to be 20 here, Doug, 2, 17 and a half, 7. Two and 3-year-olds are all tested one way. 250. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 265, and 65, and has to get about 70, 85, going to be 80, 285 here, 85 here, 85 here, going to be 285, we out of line, 90, and 90, and 95, and 95 here, 95, 99, 93, and 95, 3, and 93, 305, and 305 here, 5 here, go to 305, and 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, and 310, 10 here, 5 10 here, 5 10 here, 305 on 1, 305. 3-year-olds. 1-year-olds, $3 a pound, 305 and 305 and 505 here, and 505 here, 5 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 and 305 and 305 here, 5 oh yeah, 305 and 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, JR, $3 on number 21.
Shuffle.
8 and 10-year-olds here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57, going to be 60, 2 and a half, and 5, and 55, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 70, now 70, now 70, and now 70, 70, 70, 70, going to be 70, now 1, and 70, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 2, 71, 2, 71, 2, 71, 2, Doug, you're out 2, 72, 3, and 73, 3, 73, 9, Charlie's out 4, and 73, 74, 74, 5, and 75, 75, 75, 74, 75, 74, 5 here, 74, 75 here, Doug, 174, 5. 174, Doug, 5. 8 to 10-year-olds here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 57, 50, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, and now 60, and now 60, we get 60, we get 60, we get 60, 7 and a half, going to be 60 here, Cabinets, 157 and a half. All gonna go, guys. 135, 135, and 35, and 35, 37 and a half, and 37 and 5, get 40, get 2 and a half, get 5, gonna be 7 and 5, get 50, get down 50, and 7 and a half, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, get 2 and a half, get 2 and a half, what about 2 and a half, 52, 50, and 52 and a half, get 2 and a half, 1, and 50, 51, have 1, 51, 51, 51, 2, 2, 2, and 51, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, 50 down 2, 1, 2, 3, and 53, get 3, 53, get 3, and 53, get 3, 52, now 3, and 53, and half, 53, get 52 and a half, 3 here, D, 152, 0.
Now I just smell it.
Dollar pound, 105, and 100 out of 5, and 100 out of 5 here, good to 105, going to get 10, 15, going to be 20, going to get 5, going to be 30, now 5, and 35, 35, 40, going to get 45 here, 45, 45, 50, $1.50 now, 55, and 55, 55, 60, and now 65, has it get about 70, 70, 75, and 75 here, 175 here, 175, 80, 80 here, 181, 85, 85 here, 185, 85, 85, 85 here, 80, 85 here. Roy, 180, Burns, 5. Seven and 10, drop on here, 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, now 2 and a half, 250, and now 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and get 5, has it get now 3, 2 and a half, 3, and 2 and a half, we get 3, and 2 and a half, we get 3, John Yan, 2 and a half, we get 63, and 4, and now 3, we get 4, 3, we get 4, now 3, we get 4, 63, 4, 5, and get 5, has it get now 5, 65, and get 4 and 5, 600, and 65, 66 out of there. 5, 600, and 65, 66 here, 5, going to be 6 here, Chase, 165, 30. Ten-year-old cows, William here, 65, and 65, 65, 7 and a half, and 67, 7 and a half, 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 70, 72 and a half, 71, and 70, 71, 71, 2, 72, 73, 73, 73, 2, 3, and 73, 3, 73, 3, 72, 3, and 73, 4, and 74 here, 74, 74, 73, 74, 73, 74, 73, 74, 5, and 75, and 74 and 5 here, 75 here, 75 and 5 here, 74, now 5, and 75 here, 75, 74, 75, 74, 75, 74, now 5 here, Chris, 174, 20. Older cows, all 10s. There she is, right there, here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 5, 50, 1, and 51, and 51, 2, and 51, 2, and 51, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 52, 53, 53, 4, and 53, 54, 53, 54, 54, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 600, and 55, 56 here, 56, 7, 7, 57, $8, and 57, 7, 9, good to 9, good to 9, good to 9, good to 9, 59, 9, and now $9, good to 9, good to 9, good to 9, $158, 0. One's got a bad eye. Got some figures here, guys. 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 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 50, 67 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 70, 171, 71, 71, 71, 70. What about $8? 67 and a half, $8 and half, 7 and a half, $8 now, hey, now, hey, now, 9 and 9, 70, 170, 171 and 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 72, 71, 2, 71, 2, 72 and 71, 2, 71, 2, 72, 3 and 72, 3 and 3 and 3 and 3, 72, 3 and 72, 72, 3 and 73, 4 and 74 here, 74, 75, 75, 75, 74 and a half, 75, 75, 75, 75 and 75 and 75 a pound here, 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75 here, JR, 174 and a half, 30 something, 35. Rocking. You moving, Coy? Shaking? We had a guy in here. $125 and $125, $25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 5 here, dollar pound, $105 and $105 here, good $105, $5, $5, $5 here, 10 and 5 and 10 here, 110, now 15 and now 15 here, 110, 15 here, 110, 15 and 10 and 15 here, 110 and 15 here, Doug, 110, 5. To 10 and to 10, 12, 50 and 10, 12 to 5, go to 10 and 12 to 5, go to 10, 12 to 5, go to 10 and 12 to 5, go to 10, 12 to 5 here, go to $2 a pound, go to 2 and a half and 2 and a half, to get 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 5 and now 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 7, 7 to 5, to get 7 and a half, 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 7 and a half here, Doug, 205, 7X. $1.50. $1.55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, $1.55 and 55, now 55, 60, 60, 60, now 5 and now 70, 75, 75, 80, 5, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85 here, D, 180, put him on number DO, X. 4 years old, $1.55. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, not 5. As you get to the 71, 75, 75, 80, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, buck 85, 85, 5 here, 85 here, cabinets 183. Ten years and 6 months ago. 2100 and 21 and 21 and 20 and 21 21 2100 here 1 here 2 and hand 2 to 3 and 3 to 4 and 3 to 4 what about half 354 and 24 24 24 24 24 and 20 to 400 good 20 to 400 good 2400 and 20 to 400 good 20 and 400 2400 and 20 to 400 here best 23 and a half 7. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 50, and 57 and 7 and 7 and 7 60, 2 and a hand, 2 and a half, and has a good, 7 and a half, 70, 70, 70, 70, 2 and a half, and 72, 50, and 70, 2 and a half, going to be 70, 2 and a half, going to be 70, 2 and a half, S 170 on just 2, S2. Eight 4. 8 years and 2 months. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, and 65, not 5, 65 half, and 67 and a half, 70, we get 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75 and 5 here, 75, 75, 75, 750, and 77 and a half, 77, going to be half here, going to be 77, bit of a half here, S 175, 17. 7 years old here, 65, and 65, and has a good, 7 and a half, and 67, 50, and now 70, we get 70, we get 2 and a half, 5, 75, 75, 75, going to be 5, and 75 and 5 here, 75, 50, and 77 and a half, going to be 77, going to be half here, same way, 175. Nope, put them on S, on 2. 10 years and 5 months here, 135. 135, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, 40, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 57, 60, 57, 5, now 5, now 5, now 75, and 75, 80, 5, 85 here, 85 here, 90, and 90 here, 190, 90 here, 190 here, 190 here, 185, 7. 65, and 65, and has a good 7 and a half, 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 70, 70, and 2 and a half, 75, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, both out, 70, 50, and 77, 50, and 70, 77, 80, 180, 180 here, 80, give 80, 180, 80 here, 80 here, 2 and a half, 82 and a half, 13, 83, 30, 33, 83, 3, S, 181, 4, S4. 10 10 years, she's 5 months bred, 175 and 75, and 75 of 5 here, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 80, 85, 85, 85, 85, 90, 5, and 95, 95, 95, 95, 95 here, 195 now 2, and 95, 2, now 5, and 2, now 5 here, 10 here, 210, and 210 a pound here, a bit of a 10, 10, 10 here, 10 here, that's 205, 17. $65 has a good 5 has a good now 5 has a good 5 has a good 5 has a good 4-year-old now 70 now 5 and 75 here 75 75 75 75 80 80 180 181 75 80 and 75 give 80 there 80 here Kevin is 175 3. All singles, 500 singles. $35 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 37 of 37 of 37 of going to be 40. And now 2 and a half. You get 5, 45, 47 of 47 of 50. You get 52 and a half. You get 2 and a half. 52 and a half. 5 and 57 of 57 of 57 of 57 and a half. 7 and a half. 60 and now 62 and a half. You get 2 and a half. 5 and you get 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and 70. 170. 172 and a half. 72 50 and 70. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 72 and a half. Going to be 72 and a half. 172 and a half. You bid 75. So at 172 and a half, Antonio. Number 2. We'll sit down. 8 by 2. $55 and 55 and 55. You give 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 5 years and 2 months right there here. $1 pound, 105, 10, 15, 20, you get 5, you get 30, you get 5, you get 40, you get 5, you get 55 and 65 and now 65 and a half 5 here, 70 and 75 here, 80, 85 and 90 and 91, 95 and 95 you get 2, 95, 205 and 210 and 210, 15, 20, 220, 220 and 15, going to be 20, 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 go to 20 here, sold 215. Charlie on 10. You want Charlie or on Brandon? Don't matter. Don't matter. Charlie's 10. $10 by 3 plus 65. Has a good 5. Has a good 7 and a half 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 70 70 now 2 and a half 72 55 and 75 50 77 and a half 77 and a half 80 and now 80 there 80 180 180 here 80 give 80 here 80 yes 77 and a half on 2. Ten-year-old, she's 8 months bred, 2,000. She's got a blue eye, 2,100, 21, and 2,100 here, 1,100 here, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 22, going to be 2, going to 3, and 20, going to 3, and 3, 4, and 24, 24 and a half, 24 and a half, 24 and a half, 5, and 25, 25, 25, 25, and 2,500 here, 5 of 5 here, 5 here, 5, 5 here, best, 24 and a half, 7. $10 years, 7 months, 2,000. 2100, yeah, 2100 here, 1 here, 21, 22, 22, now half here, you're going to be 2 and a half, you're going to be 2 and a half, you're going to be 3 and a half, you're going to be 3 and a half, 4, and 24, 24 and a half, 24 and a half, 5, and 25, you're going to get 5, 25, you're going to get 5, 25, you're going to get 5, you're going to be 2500, and 2500 here, 5 here, 5 here, that's 24 and a half, 7. Seven-year-old cow here, $55, and 55, and 55, you get 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, who get 5, 50, half 1, and 51, and 50, 51, and 50, 51, here, 1, here, 1, here, 1, here, 35, and 35, 40, and 35, koi, and 35, 40, koi, and 35, 40, 40, 40, 45, 45, 50, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, here, 5 here, 5 here, that's 150. Did you not bid? I'm sorry. I was too busy trying to answer this. Kind of an important call. 35. 35. What was important? 35, 40. 35, 40. 5. 45. 45. 50. 50. Ricardo, 145. My bad. Trying to get that answered. 6 by 2 plus. 135, and 35, you go out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 45, and 45, it'll get 50, 50, did you get 50, and 45, it'll get 50, 45, it'll get 50, 45, it'll get 50, 45, now 50, and half, 50, and 2 and a half, 50, 7 and a half, 50, and 7 and a half, 50, 2 and a half, it'll get 2 and a half, 52, 50, and 52 and a half, it'll get 2 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 and a half here, cabinets, 150 on nothing. $250. 255, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, Terry, you want to bid? 255, 255, and 55 here, 60, 265, and now 70, we get 275, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75 here, 275 here, bow, 270 on 9. $250, now 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 255, and 55, 55, 55, 60, we get 265, and now 255, here, Chris, 260, 9. $2 a pound, 205, and 205, we get 5 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5 here, now 10, 210, 15, 15, and 210, 15, 20, and now 20, going to be 25, and 225, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, going to be 225, and 225, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, cabinets, 220, both. Spray working. 65, as it get 5, as it get 5, now 5, has 7 and 70, 70, and 2 and a half, 75, and 75 here, 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 750, and 70, 77 and a half, 77, 6, 7, and 77, 77, 77, 70, 70, 70, $78, and 77, 77, now 78 here, S, 177 on 2. 210, and 210, we get 12 to 210, 12 to 15, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 20, and hand 20, get 20 there, group 20, get 20, hand 20, hand 20, group 20, group 20, hand 20, and hand 20, group 20, group 20, group 20, group 20, hand 20, Doug, you get 20, 18, 19, 20, and 20, hand 20, group 20, 220, and hand 20, we get 20, group 20, we get 20, group 20, give it a boo, 219. Well, time 210, and 10, 12 to 10, 12 to 10, group 210, 12 to 10, group 210, 12 50, and 10, 12 to 10, 10, 12 to 10, 10, 12 to 10, 10, 12 50, and 10, 12 to 15, and 15 to 50, 50, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17, 50, and 17 to the half, group 17 and a half, 17 and a half, group 17 and a half, here, Doug, 215, 7. To 10, and to 10, we get 12 to 10, 12 to 10, 12 to 15, and 15, we get 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 20, we get 22 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 225 here, 25 here, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, S, 222 and a half, 61. Sixty-five, has a good five, has a good, has a good, has a good, has a good, enough, and has a good, has a good, enough, and has a good, has a good, has a good, has a good, 5, and 67 and a half, and 67 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 70, 72 and a half, and 72, 50, and 72 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 75 and 5 here, 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 72 and a half, S 62, 170, 250. Nine, 10-year-olds are 4 and 5 months bred. 165 and 65 and 65 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 70, 70 2 and a half, 75 and 77 and a half, 70 80, 80 now, 80 you give 80 John, 81, 81, 82, 82 3, 83 5, 85 7, 87 9, 89 91, 91 93, and 93 3, and 93 95, and 97 97 97 97 95 97 95 97 99, and 99 97 99 97 99, 97, group 99, S 197, 17. $185 and 185. 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 and 5 here, 75 and 75, 50 and 77 and a half here. Going to be 77 and a half here, 77 and a half here. 80, 2, 82 and down to 1, 81 and down to 82, 3, 83, 82, 83, 83, 83, Doug 182, 6. Big and good. To 10, and to 10 to 11, 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 and 11, 11, 11, 12, and 12, and 13, 13, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 50, 50, 15, 16, and 16, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 18, 19, 20, and 220, and 1, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 22, 22, 22, 3, and 23, 3, and 22, 3, and 23, 4, and 23, we're going to be 23, 4, and 23, we're going to be 23, and 4, and 23, we're going to be 23, 4 here, 23 over here. S 223 61. By himself. 210 and 210, 1250 and 10, 12 to 5, going to be 210, 12 to 5, going to be 10 and 12 to 5, 15, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 20 and a half, 20, you're going to get 2 and a half, going to be 20, you're going to get 2 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, 22, 50 and 20, you're going to get 2 and a half, going to be 20, you're going to get 2 and a half here, give him boo, 220. $175, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, going to be 82 and a half, 82, 5, 85, 85, 87, 90, 91, 92 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 95, 97, 5, 97, 5, going to be 2, and down 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 17, going to be 210, 210, 12, 50, and 10, 12 to 5, going to be 210, 12 to 5, going to be 10 and 12 to 5, going to be 10 and 12 to 5, going to be 10, 12 to 5, going to be 210, 12 to 5, 210, 12 and a half. Did you do it, Doug? 15. Doug, 212 and a half, 7. Got a big hawk. Both of them, big hawk. 210. 210, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, $2, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 17, you're going to be 210, 210, 210, 12 and a half, 10, 11, and 210, 211, and 12, 11, 12, and 13, 30, 14, 14, 15, 15, 16, and 16, going to be 16, 16, 16, going to be 215, going to be 16, Doug, 215, 6, 7, X. $2 and 5, and 2 and 5, and 5 and 5 here, 5, and 2 and 5 here, 5, and 5, and 5, and 5, and 5, and 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 205, and 205 here, Doug, $2, 7. 220, 221, and 25, and 20, and 21, 21, 21, another one, 21, another one, 21, and 22, and 22 to 3, and 23, 23, 23, 4, and 24, 25, 25, 25, 24, 24, now 5, and 25, 600, and 25, going to be 600, 25, 6, 7, and 27, going to be 220, hey, going to be 229, going to be 229, going to be 930, and hand here, going to be 30, going to be 30, going to be 30, and 30, and hand 30, going to be 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 30, and hand 30, S, 229, 61. $2, 2.5, and 2.5, we get 2.5, 85, 85, 87, good to be 87, good to be 87, we get 90, 91, 92, and a half, we get 2.5, 5, and 95, 97, we get 97, 97, 50, now 2, and 97, good to be 2.5, we get 2.5, we get 2.5, 5, and 2.5, 7, 7, 50, now 10, 210, 210, 210, 11, and 210, 211, we get 210, 211, and 210, 211, 12, 11, and 12, 11, we get 12, 11, we get 12, 11, good to be 212, 11, good to be 12 here, Doug, 211, 6. $165, and 65, and 750, and now 770, and now 70, 170, 70, 250, and 75, now 75, 50, and 77, and now 80, 80, we get 2.5, good to be 82 and a half, 5, 85, 87, good to be 87, 50, and 90, and 100, 2.5, we get 2.5, we get 2.5, 5, and 95, 95, 97, 50, 97, 97, good to be $2 a pound, and 97, we get 2. And 97 group of 2, we get 2, group of 2 here now 2, and 97 group of $2 here, yes, 197 and a half on 9.
Those his last two barometers. Those barometers.
Sell to the till. You want to hold? You want to hold him? Sell 2. So any 2 of your choice. $1.50. $1.55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57, 50, 57, 60, we get 2 now, 60, we get 60, Doug, you're at 60, and 63, 60, once again, 2.5, and 2.5, 5, now 5, 65. 5 has 7.5, 7 and a half, 70, we get 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 70 here, 70, and 70 here, Cavanis, 167 and a half on Bull. Hold 65, 91. They knew they belonged together.
Let's take him right now.
Right out of pins. Right out of pins. Better be hope I'm not back there.
All 5 of them would have been together.
Yeah.
that's what it says now. Last week mine was like all in the 70s and 80s, and then it was 95. It's hot as hell this week. Rain chances all week.
$1.25, 25, and 25, 25, 30, and 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, and 30, 30, and 25, 30, 25, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, here, 30, 30, 5, and 35, 40, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 50, $1.45, 50, 50, here, 145, 9. $2, 2.5, and 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, here, 2.5, here, 2.5, here, 2.5, here, $2.5, $2.5, and 2.5, here, 85, 87, 50, 90, 90, 90, 2.5, 5, and 95, 97, 97, 97, 97, 97, 50, and 97, 2, and 97, 2.5, 5, and 2.5, here, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, here, 5, here, 5, here, S, 202.5, 61X. $1.55, 55, 55, 55, 57, going to be 60, we get 2.5, now 50, 7.5, and now 70, we get 70, now 2.5, 72, 50, and 70, we get 2.5, 75, 75, 50, and 77.5, 80, 81, 82.5, 82, 50, 80, we get 2.5, 5, 85, 87, going to be 87, going to be 87, going to be 87, 50, and a half here, 185, 22. Nine, she's up on here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 7, 60, and down 2.5, 2.5, 5, and 5, 7, 7, 7, 750, and now 70, 2.5, 75, and 75, 5 here, 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 750, and 70, 80, and down 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5 here, Kyle, 180, 21. $65, and 75, has a good 7.5, 70, 70, 2.5, 75, 75, 70, 50, and 77.5, 80 there, 80, give 80, and now 80, good 80, good 80, good 80, good 80, 80, 77.5, 21. Yes, sir. 55. 55. 55. 55. 55. 57. 55. 57. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 57. 50. 60. And 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 5. And 5. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7. 70. 70. 70. Now 70. And 2 and a half. 5. And 75 here. 75 here. 75. 75. 75. Brad Jazz. 75. And 75. 5 here. 75. 75. 75. 75. 75. 75. Cabinets. 172 and a half. 3. She looks young to me. 250. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 5, 265, 70, 270, 270, 275, and now 85, 85 here, 85, 90 here, 295, and 95, and 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95 here, JR, 290 on 21. Fifty-five, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 55, 7, 60, and down 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, has a good, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 50, and now 67 and a half, 70, 70, 2 and a half, 72, 50, and 70, 2 and a half, going to be 70, 2 and a half, given 170. Five years, she's 3 months pregnant. Rather here, 65. Has a good 70, now 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 77 and a half, going to be 7, 80, 82 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, 85 here, 85, John, you're out, 85, 85 there, going to be 85, 87 and a half, 87 and a half here, 87 and a half here, 87 and a half here, 185, 17. $3 now 5, 305, and 305, we get 5 here, 5, we get 3, now 3, now 5, and 3 now 5 here, 5, 10, and now 10, 3, 10, 15, and now 20, we get 3, 25, and 25 and 30, we get 3, 30, we get 3, 30, we get 3, 30, we get 3, 30, now 30 here, sold 325, JR 21. Something about 4, bad bag. $50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 75, 55, 57, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, we get 70, now 70, 170, 2 and a half, 72, 55, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 50, and 77 and a half here, going to be 77 and a half here, going to be 77 and a half, S, 175, 4. Nine-year-old cow here, 65. Has a good 5, has a good, has a good, has a good, now 5, has a good, has a good, has a good, has a good, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57, going to be 60, we get 60, we get 60, and 57, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, 5, has a good 5, has 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, we get 70, we get 70, we get 70, now 70, S, 67 and a half, 2. 7 years old, she's 6 months bred, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, 21, and 20, and 21, 22, we get 3, and 23, we get 4, and 25, and 25, 600, and 6, 7, and 7, and 7, 8, 27, we get 9, and 27, and 9, 28, 9, 29, 29, and 2900, 20, we get 2,900, and 3, and 3,000, we get 3, and 3,000, we get 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 3, sold 2,900, Burns, 5X. 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2.5, going to get 5, and 7.5, 7, 70, going to get 72.5, 72.5, 5, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, and 75 here, Douglas, 75, 177.5, 77.50, and 77.5 here, 77.5 here, Doug, 175 on 5.
Time's it gonna be?
Old cow, she's 6 months bred. 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 7, 60, and 2.5, 55, and 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 70, now 72.5, and 72.5, 72.5, 5, and 75 here, 75, 77.5, 77.50, and 77.5 here, going to be 77.5 here, 177.50, and 77.5 here, sold 175, Cavernous 5. Yes, sir. 6 years old. She's open. Headed out on 105. And daughter 5. And 105 here. 105. We get 5. We get 5 and 10. 15 and 20. We get 5. Going to be 30. We get 5. 35. 35. 35. 35. 35. 35. 35. 40. And half 40. And 35. 40. 40. We get 40. We get 40. We get 40. 35. 40. And 35. 40. 40. We get 40. We get 40. Going to be 40. Bit of 40 there. 40 here. And tone 135.
Flies are getting flyy in here. You gotta just take that off.
Yeah, you just have to press that button and put whatever you're supposed to put. Take it out.
Flies are getting flyy in here.
Okay, I saw there 50 down 2.5, and 52 50, and 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 2 and a half, 5, and 2 and a half, 5, and 55 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, hey, sort of 152 and a half, but I'm on Chris 3, 13. Yeah, 3 is a good number. Nine, 10-year-olds out there here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, and 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, and down 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and has a good 5, 65, and has a good 5, and has a good 7 and a half, 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 67, 50, and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, and now 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, sold 67 and a half, Chris 13. Familia.
Fly spray's got me all messed up. Woo! Thank you.
Paris Evans right there, 3,500 and 35, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, hold your gate, 35, and 35, and 3,500, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, we get 35, we get 35, we get 35, 3,500, and 35, and 3,500, here, 505, here, 3,000, 3,100, and 31, and 31, and 31, 31, way together, and 3,100, here, 1, he's out, 31, 2, and 32, 3, and 33, we get 34, and 33, we get 4, 33, we get 4, 33, we get 4, going to be 33, 4, 5, and 35, and 35, and 35, 500, we get 35, we get 35, we get 35, we get 3,500, and 35, and 3,500, here, 500, here, 5, here, 5, here, tray, 3,400. Eight-year-old, she's got a big calf at side. 4,000, 4,100, and 41, and 4,100 here, 4,100 here, 41 here, 4,100 here, 41 here, 41, and 4,100, 35, and 35, yeah, 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 3,500 here, 5 here, 31, 2, and 32, 3, and 33, 34, and 33, 4, 33, 4, 5, and 35, and 3,500 here, 5 here, 5 here, 4, now 5, and 3,500 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5, and 3,500 here, 5 here, Macklemore, 3,400. Yeah. 6 to 10 years old here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 50, 57, going to be 60, we get 60, 2.5, we get 2.5, but about here, 5, and 5, has a good 70, we get 70, we get 70, we're going to be 70, we get 70, now 70, and 70, 70, 70, we get 70, 71, and 72, 72, 71, 2, 3, and 73, 74, 74, 74, 73, 74, 73, 4, and 73, 74, 73, 74, 73, now 4, 73, we get JR, 173, 30 something, 33. Antonio, you got a TV that size in your house? You taking that one home? Someone brought it for you, didn't they? $55, and 55, jigger 5, and 55, jigger 5, 55, 55, 55, 57, hands, 7, hands, 7, hands, 7, hands, 7, hands, 7, hands, 7, 60, and down 2.5, we get 2.5, we get 2 5, and jigger 5, hands, jigger 5, jigger 5, 7, hands, 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 750, and down 67 and a half, and 67, 7 hands, 7 hands, 7 hands, 7 hands, 7 hands, 7 70, we get 70, now 70, and 70 get 70, 70, 70, 70, D, 67 and a half, 1. Yeah. D1. 9 and 10 years old, right there, here, 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, and 57, 57 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 55, and 55, who bid, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, and now 60, Vitigus 60, Vitigus 60, Charlie's house, 60, he is 60, 60, 160, and Ziggity 60, D, 57 and a half, 0. $5 to $7 a month. Here's McGee's guys. $5 to $7 a month. 2,000, 2,100, and 21. 2,100 here, 2,100 here, 2, and 22, and 22, 2,200 here, 23, and 23, and 2350, and 2,400, 24 and a half here, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 5, and 25, and 25, 25, 50, 5 and a half, 600, and 25 and a half, going to be 6 and a half, and a half here, a half here, a half here, going to be 26 and a half, and 26 and a half here, a half here, a half here. Going to be 26.50 and 26 and a half here, half here, half here, half here. Sold them 2,600. Antonio, you'll send him to shoot? No. Rodeo over. $1.50, 155, and 55, and 55, 60, and as it gets 70, 175, 75, gave 81, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85 here, 85 here, 85 here, Cabinet 180, both, 9, Cav both 9, 63 something. Cabinet's bull 9. $1.55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, 60, 55, going to be 65, and now 70, 5, 75, and 75, 75, 75, 80, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85, 85 here, 85 here, and tone, 180. Seven years old here, 135, 35, 35, 35, 37, going to be 40, 52, 55, going to be 7, 50, then 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, gotcha, and 55, 5 here, 57, 57, 57, 60, and now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2, now round 2 and a half, you 2 and a half here, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half here, yes, 164.
She bounced him off. Just educate.
185, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 87, 87, 87, 90, 99, 2.5, and 95, 95, 95, 97, 50, and 97, 2 and a half, 5, and 205, 750, 7, 210, 210, 210, 12, 50, and 10, 12, 15, 15, 15, 15, and 12, 50, 50, 12, 215, and 12, 215, 15, here with a Gibbon, 212 and a half, boo. 210, 11, and 210, 211, 210, 211, 11, 11, 210, 211, 11, 11, 11, 211, 211, 211, 211, 211, 210, not 11, and 211, 210, 11, 211, 211, 211, 211, 211, 211, Gibbon, boo, 1, 2, 10.
We had a pretty hard decision about getting on this new fall baseball team, quitting football, or not playing baseball and just playing football. So he decided to not play football. He said, I'm going to be a baseball player, so.
225, and 225, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 2 and a quarter, and 225 and 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 210, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and 15, 7, 8 and a half, could be 20, 20, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 25, could be 7, and 27 of 30, and 30, 30, could be 30, 30, Doug, you're at 30, and 30, 30, could be 30, 30, could be 30, 30, could be 30 here, 227 and a half, 61. Gang, boo, 221, and 221, and 22 and a half, 5, and 25, 27 and a half, 7, and 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, and 30, 230, and 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, here, Doug, 227 and a half, 7. $1.50, $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, could be 71, 75, 75, 75, 80, 85, 90, and 90, 190, 190, 85, 90, 85, 90, Doug, 185, 6.
Cheer. They consider that a sport, if you ask them.
$2, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, 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 5, and now 5, 750, and 7, 7, 5, and 10, could be 210, 210, 12, and 10, 12, and 10, 12, and 15, and 15, 50, 15, and 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, sold to 12 and a half, Doug, 7.
But he did say, he goes, I don't want to play, but I do want to go play. I do want to play football in 7th grade. 7th and 8th grade. I want to play middle school football,
Yeah.
which ought to be different with high school coaches. You know that actually know what to do. Not daddy ball like it is now. All the coaches' kids are quarterback, running back, wide receivers. You know, yeah.
185, 85 there, good 85 and 90 here, 95, 95, 95, 92, and now to 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, and now 5, 750, and 7, 7.5, 7, 2, good with 210, we get 210, we get 210, and 210, 11, and 210, 211 here, 11, 11, 210, 211 here, 11, 11, 11, 211, we get 211, we get 211, good with 210, 11 here, Doug 7, 210, put him on 6. 250. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 255, 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 265, and 70, 270, 275, and 75, 80, 85, 85 here, 80, 85 here, bow 9, 280.
And the team that he's going to be on is going to be practicing in Yukon. It's like, oh my gosh, this is all looking up perfect.
$55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7.5, 57, going to be 60, we get 2.5, we get 2.5, 5, and 65, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 750, and 67, half here, half here, half here, that's 165 on 21.
Gets beat a lot. Right. There's other kids making bad plays. It's just like, oh, it's okay. My kid makes a bad play.
$225, 225, and 25, 27 and 7 and 7 and 750, and 27 and 7 and 7 and 30, we get 32 and a half, 35, 35, 37 and 42 and a half, 42, 50, and 42 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and 47 and 50, and 52 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and 57 and 57 and 57 and 55, 56, 7, and 57, we get 57, we get 57, we get 57, and 56, 7, and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and here, so about 2, 56, S. 61.
Yeah. How about that?
210, and 210, 12 and 210, 12 and 10, 12 and group 10 and 12 and group 10 and 12 and group 10 and 12 and group 210, 1250, 10, 12 and 10, 12 and $2, 2.5, and 2.5, we get 2.5, and 2.5, 5, and 5, we get 5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 10, and 10, we get 210, we get 210, 210, 12.5, and 10, 12 and group 10 and 12 and group 12 and 15, and 15, 30, 15, and 50, 15, and 15, 30, 50, we get 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 50 here, Doug, 212 and a half. 7. Up on there. Two ten, and 210, 1250, and 10, 12 going to be 10 and 12 going to be 12 15, and 15, going to get 17 and a half, 20, going to get 22 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, 5, and 25, 750, and 20, going to get 7, going to be 20, going to get 7, 30, and 30, going to get 30, going to be 30, going to get 30, going to be 30, going to get 30, going to be 30, going to get 30, and 30 here, yes, 227 and a half, 61. 225 and 25 and 25, 25, 27, 50 and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 30, we get 30, 2 and a half, we get 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 2 and a half, 5 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 and 30 and a half, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, yes, 230, 2 and a half, 61. 225 and 225 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, going to be 225 and 225 here, 210 and 210, going to get 12 of the going to be 10, 12 of the going to be 210, 12 of the going to be 210, going to get 12 of the going to be 210, 12 of the going to be $2, 2 and a half and 2 and a half, 5 and 2 and a 5, going to get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, 210, 210, 210, 210 and 10, 10, 12, 50 and 10, going to get 12 of the 210, 12, 11, 12, 11, going to be 12, 13 and 12 and 13, going to get 13, going to get 13, going to get 14, 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 14. You're both out. 14 and 14 and 14. You get 14. Debo 213. 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, we get 72 and a half, and 72 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 77 and a half, 77, 50, 80, and now 80 there, 1 here, 82, 81, 2, and now 2, 82, 83, 83, 83, 82, 3, and now 3, 82, 83, 82, 3 here, given 182. 210, 211, and 210, 211, 210, 211, 11, 11, 210, 211, 11, 12, and 12, 13, we get 13, we get 14, we get 15, we're going to be 16, we're going to be 17, we get 17, we're going to be 18, 19, 20, and 21, 22, 22, 22, 21, 2, and 21, 2, 1, 2, we're going to be 21, 2, and 21, 2, 1, we get 2, 1, we get 2, give him 221, boo. Green Bulls, right, 220. 221 and 21 and 20 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 221 and 221 here, 21 and 221 here and 2, 21, 2 and 23, 3 and 23, 3 and 23, 3, 23, 4 and 24, 5 and 25 both out, 25 here, 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 5 here, Gibbon, 224 Bull. 210 and 210, 1250, 10, 12, going to be 10, 12, 15, 17 and a half, going to be 20, we get 2 and a half, we get 225, and 25, 27, 50, and 27 and a half, 30, we get 30, going to be 30, going to be 32 and a half, 31, and 30, 31 here, 1 here, 1 here, Gibbon Bull, 230. 230 210, and 210, 1250, 10, 12 to 5, 10, 12 to 5, 210, 12 to 5, 210, 12 to 5, 210, 12 to 5, 15, 15, 50, 50, 50, 50, 12 to 5, 15, 17 and a half, 17, 20, and hand 20, going to be 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 20, and hand 20 here, S, 217 and a half, 61X. $2.25 and $2.25 and 25, $2 a pound, $2.05 and $2.05, now 10, 210, 25, 10, 15 and 20 and now 20, 2, 20, 2, 20, 20 and 20 get 20 there, 20 get 20 there, 20 get 20 here, Chris, 215, 9. Have any what? Cows? I don't know. Plenty of bulls. Bull season's over. 225 and 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 210, 210, 11 and 210, 12, 15, 17 and a half, 17, 20, 20, get 22, 22 and a half and 22 and a half, get 20, get 2 and a half, 22 and a half, Doug 7, 220. Uh-oh. 10 cents a pound. 20. 30. 40. 50. Macklemore, 40 cents a pound. You're like that guy that gets bored at pig sales. He just bids on pigs just to bid. He gets bored. 185, $8.85, 85, 87, going to be 87, going to get 90, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, 97, going to be 2 and a half, 2, 2 and a half, and now 5, going to get 5, now 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7, 10, and 2, 10, going to get 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, and 15, 30, 50, going to get 50, going to get 15, 12 and a half, 15S, 212 and a half, 61X. Yeah, got lots of bred cows coming next week in pairs. Young cows, old cows. Fall Kevin cows. Be here next week. 100 in that one offering. 210, 11, and 210, 11, 210, 11, 11, 210, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 12, and 12, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 56, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 19, 20, and 2, 21, and 21, 21, 21, 22, 22, 21, 2, and 21, 2, 21, 2, and 21, 2, 2, dollar and ham, 1, 2, best, 221, 61. Two ten and 210, 12 to 5, 210, 12 to 5, 210, 12 to 5, 210, 12 to 5, 12 to 5, 15, 15, 15, and 12 to 5, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 20, and 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20 here, yes, 217 and a half, 61. Two ten eleven and 210 to 11 210 to 11 11 11 210 to 11 11 11 11 210 11 and 211 to 11 210 to 11 given bull 210 X.
I don't think we'll have a big sale this week.
Two 25 and 225 and 25 25 25 25 25 25 here 25 here 225 and 225 here 5 here 20 and 21 here 21 2 1 2 3 3 and 23 4 and 23 4 now 5 here 600 and 25 6 here 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 here 227 and 227 $8 and 27 20 9 and 20 9 229 30 and 30 30 1 and 31 here 1 here 1 31 here 1 here best 230 61. $2, 2.5, and 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, here $2.50, and 2.5, 5, and 5, 5, and 3, and 3, now 3, 4, and 4 5 here 600, and 2 5, 6 here 5, 600 there 5, 6 here best 205, 61X.
Clerk in all the offices by hand. Help at an office.
185, 85 there, good to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 87, 50, 87 of 90, 190, 2.5, and 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 97, 50, and now two, good to be two, now two, good to be $2 a pound, 2.5, and 2.5, good to 5, and now 5, 750, and 7, 7, 2, good to be 2, 2, good to 2, 2, good to 210, and 210, 11, and 210, 11, 210, 11, 11, 11, 11, good to 211, good to 211, good to 211, and 211 here, Doug, 210 boot, or 7.
Yeah, you're good.
Where you been, Coy?
Did you see the G-bar roll?
Yeah. Somebody may have bought him Saturday at Perkins. 4-year-old, she's 6 months bred. 2,000. You 2 and 21. You 21 and 21, 21, 2 and 2, 3 and 24, 25, 25, 25, 2600 and 25, 26, 7 and 7 of 8, 27 of 8, 27 of 8, 27 of 8, 27 of 8, 29 and 9, 28 and 9 and 2900 and 2900, going to be 2900 and 3 and 2000, 1 and 3100, 1, 3100, 1, Charlie, 3000 on 10. What's your high bull?
54 or something.
Yeah, 56 for one while ago. May get that here. 235 and 35. You about 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 50 and 37, 37, going to be 40. You get 2.5. You get 42 and a half, 5 and 45, 45, 45, 45, 47, 50 and 47, 47, 50 and 50. You get 50, 50, 50, you get 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 50 here. 247 and a half, 61. Yep. Ten years and 2 months here, 155 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, going to be 60, we get 2.5, we get 5, and 5, 7, 7, 70, we get 70, we get 70, 250, and 72.5, we get 72.5, we get 72.5, going to be 70, we get 2.5 here, S, 170, 17. 10-year-old, she's 7 months bred. Right there, 2,100 and 21 and 25. We get 2, we get 3.5, 23.5, 24, 24.5, 24, 50 and 20. We get 4.5. Going to be 20. We get 4.5. Going to be 24, 5 and 25 and 25, 50 and 25. Going to be 2,600 and 25. Going to be 2,600 here. 5 going to be 2,600 here. Chris, 25, 50, 16. Hold your gate. Hold your gate. She got a big old foot. She got a long toe. She's got a big old long toe. You still want her? It's not hugely long. I don't know. You're more than welcome to stay right there, or I can start her over. You want her? Put her on number 7. Anybody else want her?
Hey, I'm gonna change
Nope.
that from 170 That's the same money, right?
Same money, yeah. I just want everybody to go home not really too pissed off at me. There'll be a chance. At the post office?
Yeah. I said, that ain't my fault.
$1 a pound. 105 and 105 here. Good 105, good 5, good 5, 10, good 10, good 15, good 20, good 5, good 30, good 5, and 35, 40, and 145, 45, 45, 40, 50, good 59, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 5 here, Jimmy over here, 55, 60, 165, and now 70, 75, and 75, 80, 85, 85, 85 here, 85 here, Ricardo, 180. 2. Sister here, 125. 125, 25, and 25, 30 here, 25, 30 here, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 35, and 35, and 35, 40 here, 40, and 40, and 35, 40, 40, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40 here, best, 135, 1. Who needs to be pregged? Okay.
Send her back around and have a break check.
9-year-old cow here, 35, yeah, 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, and 35, 5 here, 5, 40, 35, 40, and 35, 45, 45, 45, 50, 50, 10, 50, 45, 50, and 45, 50, 45, 50, 45, 50, Charlie mid, 50 there, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 5 here, 5 here, cabinet's 150 on nothing. Ten by 5 plus 2100 and 21, 21 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 50 and 21 and 21, 50 and 2 and 22 and 2 and 3, 23 and 23 and 24, 24, 24, 24 and a half and 24 and a half, 24 and a half, 24 and a half, 24, 50, 24 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 2417. Cripple cow here, double bid, 105, and 105 here, good 105, 5, and 10, 15, 20, and 25, 25, 25, and 30, 30, 5, 40, and 5, and 45, 50, and 45, 50, 45, 50, Robbie out, 45, 50, 5, and 50, and 5, and 55, 55, 55, D, 150 on 0. Eight-year-old, 5 months, red, 2100 and 21 and a half, 2150, 1 half and a half and a 2, good 3, good 5, good 3, good 5, good 4, 24 and a half, 2500 half, and 2550, and 25 and a half, good 25 and a 600, and 26 and a half here, 7, and 27 and a 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7 here, good 2700, and 20, 700, good 27, and 2700 here, 2700 here, best, 26 and a half, 17. She yeared and then she's crippled. $1.50. $1.55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, $1.55, 65, and now 70, 170, 175, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, and 75 here, 175 here, yes, 170. 4. One by 5. 2,000, 2,100, 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2, we get 2, we get 3, and 3, we get 4, and 4, we get 5, and 25, 600, and 6, 7, and 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 700, going to be 2,700, 800, and 2,800, here today, here, going to be 27, going to be 8, and 2,800, here, Terry, 2,700 on 4. Dollar pound. 110 and 110, 110, 10, 10, 110, going to be 110, going to be 110, going to be 110, 110, 110, dollar 10 and 20 and down 20, we get 30, we get 30 and 20, 30, a dollar 20, we get 30, going to be 20, we get 30, going to be 20, we get 30, going to be 120, we get 30, going to be 120, we get 30 here. S 121. How many did you see out there, little Ricardo? A lot. 200 left. Oh, that ain't too bad. Quiet, Lydia. Quiet, Lydia. 9 by 5. I'm going to weigh her to you. 155 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, half and 57, 50 and 57, about 60. We get 2 and a half. 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 We get 2 and a half here. Cavernous 160. $65. As you get it, 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 7 and a half, 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 and 67 and 70, we get 70, we get 70, now 2 and a half, and 72 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 73, 75, 73, 75, 7, and 77, we get 77, 73, 77, 73, we get 75, 77, so 175, S2. Two 10-20 and 2-10-20, we get 2-10-20, we get 2-10-20 and 2-10-20, bit of a 20, good of a 20, good of a 20, 2-10-20 and now 30, we get 30, 40, 240, 50, 250, 260, 270, 280 and 275 and 75 here, 75, 75, 275, we get 275, bow, 271. Hello, Ken. Hi, Ken Carpenter. Eight-year-old, 6 months. 2,000, 2,100, 2,100, and 2,100, now 2, could be hand, now 3, 3 and a hand, 3 and a hand, 354, and 24 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 5, and 2,500, and 2,500, here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, half, and 25, 600, and 26 and a half, here, 7, and 27, and 7, 7 about 7, and 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 700, here, 26 and a half, 17. We're here at 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, 37, 50, 40, and 42 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, and now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and now 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 65, and 65, 3, 5, and 3, 7, and now 7, and 7, 7, here, 7, now 9, here's 69, and now 7, going to be 9, going to be 9, going to be 9, going to be 9, here, give it 167. Given, yep. 10 here is 5 months, 2,100, and 21, and 21 and a half here, 21 and a half here, 1 half, 1 half and a half here, 1 half and a half here, you're going to be 20, 150, and 21 and a half, 2, and now 2, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 3, and 23, 23, 23, 3, and 22 and a half, and 3, and 23, we get 3, and 23, we get 3, going to be 23, we get 3, going to be 23, we get 3, yes, 22 and a half, 7. $135, and 35, you can 30, 37, going to be 40, we get 5, we get 50, 50, 50, 155, and 55, 60, and now 63, going to be 60, going to be 60, going to be 65, and 65 here, 65 here, D, 160. Mad cow. $10 years and 5 months. I'm going to weigh her 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, 60, 55, 60, 55, 60, 55, 60, now 5, and now 70, 175, 80, 5, 90, and 90 here, 190, 190 here, 190, 90, 190 here, this, 185, 17. What does that come out to be? What is it? 2 by 8? 1 by 8 right there. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, 21, and 21, 21, 2,100, here, 1, here, half, and 21 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, and 22 and a half, going to be 3, and 23 and a half, going to be 23 and a half, 24, 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, 5, and 25 and a half, going to be 25 and a half, going to be 2,600, and 25 and a half, going to be 26, and 2,600 here, 5 and a half, going to be 2,600 here, 5 and a half, going to be 2,600 here, shoulder, 25.50, Ricardo. Not a bit, 105, and 105 here, going to be 105, going to be 110, going to be 110, 110, 110, 15, and 15, 20, 25, and 25, and 30, going to get 35, 35, 35, 40, going to get 45, going to get 45, 45, 45, and 45 here, 50, and $1.53, 45, going to get 50, 140, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 5 here, 5 here, so 150, Cavadis. $155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 60, and now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and to get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, to get 70, to get 2 and a half, 70, 250, and 70, to get 2 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 75 here, 70, now 35, 73, 75, 7, and 77, 77, 9, 170, 81, 81 here, 3, 83, 81, to get 3, 81, to get 3, D, 181, nothing. 35, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 45, and 45, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 2 and a half, and 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57, 57, going to be 60, 2 and a half, and half 5 here, 7 and a half, and half 70, 70, 70, now 70 here, 170, and 70 here, 70, cabin is 167 and a half, 3. $200 right there, $200 a pound, 205, and 205, you get 5 here, 5, and 205 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5, and 205 here, 5 here, 5 here, JR, $2, 21. Dollar pound, 105, and 105 here, good to 105 here, good to 105, 5, and 10 here, 105, 110, you 10 here, 110 here, $10 a pound here, 5 and 10 here, 105, 110 here, 110. Doug, 105, 6X, just 6X. Nine years, she's 4 months brag, a little bag right there, 125, 130, and 25, 30, and 25, we get 30, we get 5, we get 40, we get 5, we get 50, 50, 5, and 55, 60, 60, and 5, has to get a 70, 170 is 5, and 75, 80, 85, 85, 90, 195, and now 2, and 2, going to be 205, going to be 210, 210, 210, 210, and 205, 210, 210, 15, and 15, we get 15, and 10 to 15, going to be 210, we get 15, going to be 210, we get 15 here, Charlie, 210. 10. 5 years, she's 4 months bred right there, hey, 3,000 and 3,100 and 3,100 here, 1 here, 1 here, 3,100 and 3,100 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 3 and 3,000 here, 25, 25 and a half here, 5 600 and 2,600, 5 6 and a half and a half here, half here, half here, going to be 26 and a half, 7 and 27 and a half and 7 and a half, going to be 2,800 here. 8 and a half here, 850, 50 and a half here, 8 and a half here, 8 and a half here, Trey, 2,800. 55, 55, 55, no, 55, 55, 57, 57, 7, 7, 60, and now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 65, and 72 and a half, and 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 71, 2, and 71, 2, 71, 2, 3, and 73, 3, and 73, 3, and 2, 3, and 72, 3, 3, and 72, 3, cabinets, 172, 10.
No fly zone. You put a sign up says no fly zone.
What's ages, Antone? 8 to 10 years old. Thank you. 155 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 and 55 here. 45 and 47 and 47 and 47 and 47 and 47 and 47 and 67 and 47 $8 49 59 50 and 150 50 149 50 and 49 50 49 50 and 1 and 51 51 51 51 2 1 2 1 2 51 2 and 52 102 cabinets 151 nothing. Here's Clay's. Clay Dolch. 7 and 8 year old cows are 4 and 5 months bred. Nice cows, guys. 21 and a half and 21.50. 21 and a half here. 1 and a half. Going to be 3. Going to get 50. Going to be 3. Going to get 50. Now 4 and 24. 24 and a half. 24 and a half. 24 and a half and 24 and a half here. 4 and a half. Going to get 4 and a half. Going to get 4 and a half. Going to be 24 and a half and 24 and a half here. 4 and a half. 4 and a half. 5 and 2500 and 25 and a half. Going to be 25 and a half. Going to be 25 and a half. Going to be 2600 and 26 and a half and a half here. Half here. Half here. Going to be 26 and a half and 26 and a half here. Trigger out 26 and a half and a half here. Half here. Half here. Vest 2617. Is that all we had, Lauren? 2 more? 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, going to be 155, and 55, 55, 55, 55, what's wrong here, guys, and 55, and 55 here, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50, and 57 and a half here, half here, 57 and a half here. Did you say you want to hold one? Was that you? Hold one. 55, 7 and a half, hold them one in the middle. 60, 2 and a half, 5, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half. Sold 170 S62. Dollar pound, 105 and 105 here. Good 105, 50 cents a pound. 60 cents a pound, 70 cents a pound, 80 cents a pound, 90 cents a pound, 90. Top row, you're all out, 90. Now $1. $5. $10. 15. 15, 20. 120. S, 115, 1.
Bet these are Hereford, horned Herefords. Have been for 135 years. One of them's not.
2 to 4 year olds. I'll go, guys. 2 and 3 4 year olds. $2 a pound, 205, and 205, bit of five here, bit of five, bit of five, bit of five here, but I got it, 205, 10, 210, and 15, and 15, 20 here, 225, and 25, 25, 25, 225, 30, and 235, 235, 5 here, 40 here, 245, and 45, 50, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 5 here, 70, and 275 here, 80, 5, 85, 85 here, 85, 85 here, and tone. 280 on number 2. Four and 5 year olds right there, $1.55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 60, and 55, 60 there, going to be 60, 60 here, 55, now 65, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, now 5, and 65, 5 here, 5 here, 65, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65 here, 160 on number 4. Five-year-old cows are 7 months bred. And they're 5 to 7 months. 2,500 and 25, 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 600 and 25, 67 and 7, 7, 27, 9, 3 and 3,001 and 32, 32, 32, 32, 33, 33, 33, 32 and a half, 3 and 33, 3 and a half and 34, 34 and a half, 34 and a half, 5 and 3,500 and 35 and a half, 35 and a half, 600 and 35 and a half, 36 and a half and 7 and 7 and 7 goes 7 about 37.50 and 37 of $8 here, 800, 3,800 and 3,800. Here, here, going to be 38 and 30. Back to you, 38 and 3,800. Here, tray, 37.50. 2-year-old here, going to be 225 and 225 here, 30 and 5, 35, 35, 35, 40 and half 45, 45, 50, 5, 260, 5 and 270, 270 and half 70, 570, 570 here, bow 265, 1. Six, 7-year-olds, 5 to 6 months. Working on that same brand of cattle guys right there. 2,000, 2050, and 2050, and 20 and a half here, 1, and 21, 3, and 23, 4, and 4, 5, 600, and 6, 7, and 7, 27, 8, 27, 8, 9, and 3,001, and 31, 2, 33, 33, 33, and 33, 33, 33, 33, 3, and 3,300, 33, 33, 33, sold 3,200 Trey Cook. 65, and has a good high, has a good, 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 now high, and has a good 7.5, 7.5, 70, 100, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 7, 80, 80, 80, 80, 81, 81, 80, 180, 80, 81, 81, 80, 81, D, 180 on 1, nope, D straight. 65, has a good, 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 enough hot, and 5 here, 7.5, and 7, 7.5, 7.5, 70, 70, 70, 70, now 70, 70, now 70, and 2.5, and 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, is 75 here, 73, 72 and a half, 3, and 3, 4, and 73, 74, 73, 74, 73, 4, 73, 4, 73, 4, D, 173, nothing. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50, and 57, 60, if it gets 60, if it gets 60, if it gets 60, and 7, 62 and a half, and 2 and a half, if it gets 2 and a half, if it gets 2 and a half, and has it get 5, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 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 7 and a half here, 7 and a half here, little cabinets, 165, 3. What's the human say? You trust the computer over the humans? 5-year-old 35 and 35, 3,500 and 35 and 3,500, 35, 37 and 35, 36 and 35 going to be 36 and 35 going to be 3600, 36,7 and 37 of 8, 37 of 8, 37 of 8, 38 now 9 and 39, going to get 4,000, going to get 4,000, going to get 4 and 4,000, 4,000, 4,000, going to get 30 then 4 and 4,000, 4,000, going to get 4,000, Chris 3,908. What's a human say? Got another family. 2,500 and 25, 25 and 25, 25, 27 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 9, 3, 3,000, 3 and 3,000. I'm gonna get 3,000 here. Gonna be 29. I'm gonna get 3 and 29. I'm gonna get 3,000. Gonna be 29. I'm gonna get 3,000. Have 1 and 31, 31, 2 and 32, 33, 33, 33, 3 and 33. I'm gonna get 34 and 33. I'm gonna get 4, 33. I'm gonna get 4, 33. I'm gonna get 4, 33, 4 and 3,400. I'm gonna get 33, 400. I'm gonna get 33. I'm gonna get 400 here. JR 3,320. $2,000. 22 and a half, and 21, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2100, here, 1, here, 1, here, 21, 21, 21, and 2100, and 2100 here. If you do the math, guys, it's just $10.50 a piece. That sounds pretty cheap that way, don't it? 2,100, 1,800, 1,900, 2,000, 21, 22, 23, 24, 2,400, 2,400. Ricardo, 2,300. Let's just weigh that cow. Is that all right? $55. 55, and 55, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, going to be 7 and a half, 7 and 70, 172 and a half, 72, 50, and 71, and 70, 71, 2, 72, 71, 72. John, you're out. 71, give 2, 71, give 2, give it 171. Sell it tomorrow. Unless somebody wants to give 3,000. Sell them tomorrow. We got 2,100 for some baby calves of his a couple weeks ago. That calf ought to be worth 3,000. Right, Roy? Huh? Am I wrong? No, thank you. You remember it, Terry, don't you? I hope you hung that on the wall somewhere. 2100 and 21, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 23, and 23, we 4, 24, 5, and 25, and 24, going to be 24, going to be 24, 24, 55, and 25, 50, and 25, going to be 2600, and 26 and a half here, 7, and 27, we're going to get 27, and 27, and 27, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 700, going to be 2700, and 20, we're going to get 700, going to be 2700 here, and tone, 26 and a half on 2. 6 by 5, 6 by 4, 6 by 4, 5 by 4s, 5 and 6 year old cows are 4. 5 months bred right there, 155 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 and a half, and 57, 50, and 57 and a half here, 60, it's 60 there, 60, 60, 60, and now 60, 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 65, and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, and 67, 70, 72 and a half, 72, 50, and 72 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 77 and a half here, 177, 50, and 77, give a half here, 77 and a half here, 77 and a half, and 77 and a half here, Chris, 175. 3. Both of them are 4-year-old cows or 4 months bred. $2,100 and 21, 2,100 here, 21, 21, 21, 2,100 here, 2 and 22, and 22, 22, 3 and 23, 4, now 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 3,001 and 3,100 and 31, 31, 31, tree out 31 and 32 and 32, 3 and 33, 3 and 33, 4, 34, 4 and 33, 4, 33, 4, 133, 4 and 3,400, 3,400, 3,400 here, tray 3,300. Caught hook. 250. 255, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 255, and 55 here, 5, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 5 here, and tone, 250. That side koi. Baby with the baby here, 25. Here, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 27, 50, and 27, going to be 27, going to be 27, 50, and 27, and 7, and 7, and 7, 3,000, and 3,001, and 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 2, and 2, 3, and 33, 3, and 34, 34, 5, and 35, 3,600, and 36, 37, 37, and $38, and 39, 39, 39, 39, 39, 39, and 30, going to tree out 3,900, and 30, 900, going to be 30, 900, 30, going to be 900, here, 900. Here, JR, 3,800, 20. $2,000, 2,100, 2,100 here, 2,100 here, 21, and 2,100, and 21, I got it, 2,100, 2,100 here, 2, and 2, 3, and 23, and 23, 4, and 24, 5, and 2,500 here, 5, 600, and 25, 607, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7 here, going to be 2,700, and 2700, going to be 2,700. Hey, Charlie, 2,611. 2,000, 2,100, 21, and 21, 21, 21, 2,100, 21, 2,100, and 21, and 2,150, and down to going to be 2, and 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 23, and 23 and a half, going to be 23 and a half, going to be 23.50, 23 and a half, and 23 and a half, and 20, going to be 3 and a half, going to be 20, going to be 3 and a half, going to be 23 and a half, here, going to Charlie 11, 2,300.
Charlie 11.
How old's that cow? 5-year-old, 4,000. 4,100 and 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, 4,100, 40, 100, and 4,100, 41, 4,100, and 41, 4,100, 4,100, 41, 41, 41, 41, I don't know, 41, and 4,100, 41, Chris, 4,008. Nice pair, Chris. Yeah, that's what I'm trying. Yeah, y'all guys are finally catching on. Yeah. John, can you sell that calf tomorrow? 3,000. No, you won't. She's 5 by what? 10 by 5, 2,100, and 21, 21, and 20, this wire, she's pretty big, right there, 155, and 55, and 55, and 57, 55, 57, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 57, 50, and 57, 57, 57, 57, 60, and now 60, 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7, 7, 70, 70, 70, and now 70, and tone, 167.50. Hi, Mark. You look a little warm. 210, 11, and 210, 11, 210, 11, 11, 11, 210, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 210, 11, and 210, 11, 210, 11, here you're going to be 210, 11, and 210, 11, 11, 11, 11, 205, and 205 here, 7, and 7 here, 5, going to be 7, and 7, and 7, and 9, and 9, 9, and 9, 11, and 2, and 9, 11, 2, 9, 10, and 9, 10, 9, 10, 9, 10, here, and 10. You been, Charlie? 210? Doug, 209, 7. $7 by 5 plus. Here's a good Brangus cow, $1.50. I mean a good one. Dang it. $1.55. Hang it when them good females have ugly feet. 155, 65, 70. Wear socks. 175. 175. 175. Charlie, 170 on 10. I mean, what's your other name? Cabinet's 10. I was thinking about pretty girls with ugly feet. 9 by 5 right there, here, 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, and 57, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, and down 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 70, 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75, 50, 77, 80, 82, 84, 85, 86, 87, 87, 80, 89, 89, 90, and 90, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, here, this, 190, 17. 9 years, she's 6 months cash right there, here, $1.65, and 65, 65, and 65, 5 here, 7 and a half, and 67, 70, 70, 2 and a half, 75, 75, and 75, 50, and 77 and a half, 80, 82, 82, 82, this, 180, 17, just 7. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 5 here, 35, 40, and 35, 40, and 35, 40, 45, 45, 50, and now 45, 50, 45, and 55, 60, now 60 here, 57 and a half, and 57 about now 60, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 62 and a half here, Cabinets, 160.
X. 10X.
50 and a half, 55 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and 50, and 57 and 5, 57 and 5, 57 and 5, going to be 60, going to get 60, going to get 60, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, is it going to 5, has it going to 5, 7 and a half, 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 70, going to get 70, now 70, and 70, 70, going to get 70, going to get 70, 67 and a half, 62. Daughter, 105, and daughter 5, 105, 5, now 5, E5 here, and Tone Jabit, 110, and 110, 20, going to be 20, 30, 30, 120, 30, and 20, 30, 30, 40, 40, now 50, 150, 150, 150, 140, 150, and Tone, 140. $250. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 5 here, 5, 255, and 55 here, 5 here, 250 on one. Yes, she is, guys. Right there, here, 165. Has it get a 5? Has it get a 70? 170, 170, and 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 165, 21. Slow down, Joe. You're going too fast. Slow down now. Oh, trail ride. He don't. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, half, and 57, 57, 57, 60, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 7 and a half, 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 7 and a half here, so 165. Gavin is 3. Hi, Collins. Like, who was that? $4-year-old, $2, 205, and 2 get 5, and 2 to 5 here, 5, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, Bo, $2. 1. See how easy that is, Bo? Outside. Lame 3-year-old, $1.50. $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, $1.50, $1.50, now 5, and 55 here, 50, now 5 here, 5 here, 50, 60, 60, 55, 60, and now 60 there, 5, 60 here, 60, and Tone, 155. Got a bump on my side, not too big. 135 and 35. Yeah, 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 here, 35, 40 and 35. It'll get 40 now, 35. It'll get 40, 35. It'll get 40, 35. It'll get 40, 35, 40 now, 40. You get 40 and 35, 40. Cavernous 135, 3. $250. 250, 60, 70, 275, 75, 75, 75, give 82, 82, 82, 75, 80, and 75, 80, 80 here, 80 here, 80 JR, 265 or 275 on number 21. Hey, easy cow. $65. Has a good five. Has a good 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 67 to 70 and now 70 170 175 80 and now 80 to get 90 going to be $2 a pound going to be 205 210 and 210 210 15 220 and now 25 going to be 225 and 30 to get 235 and 35 40 to get 45 and 45 to get 45 to get 45 to get 45 bow 241. Three-year-old long toes, $1.50. $1.55. 55 here. 5 here. That's a shame. That's a nice cow too. 155 and 55 and 55. You can 55, 60. 5. That's a good. 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 65, 70. 170 and 70. 175 and 75 here. 175 here. 2.5. 5 and 75 D. 72.5. Nothing. $2. 210.20 and 210.20. Bit of a 210.20, 210.20 and 210.20. Bit of a 10.20, bit of a 10.20, bit of a 10.20, 30 and now 30.40 and 240, 50. Bit of a 260, bit of a 270 and 270. Bit of an 80 and 270. Bit of an 80, 270. Bit of 80 JR 270 21.
Hi, Clay. No flies on.
65. Has a good five. Has a good. Has a good. Has a good. 7 70. Bit of 70. Bit of 2.5. Bit of 5. 75. 750 and 77.5. Going to be 77.5 here. 175. 22.
When do they get wind?
No, wait till they get wind of your cow special next week. Yeah, and you know, he's listen to the viewers. That means they don't know. That's like me saying I'm wrong.
No, that's maybe worse.
I know it. $1 pound, 105 and 105. Bit of 5. 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 75 cents a pound. 50 cents a pound. 60 cents a pound. 60 cents a pound. Do it, Roy. 60, 70, 5, 80, 85. S 81.
He won't know how to start anything. Antonio, all I'll say.
How old? 5-year-old here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 7, 60, we get 60, we get 2.5, 2 and 5, as a good 5, 7.5, 7, 70, we get 70, 2.5, 72.5, 5, and 75, 5, 75 here, 75 there, 75, 75, 50, and 77, 80, 80, 77, 80, 80 there, 80, give 80 here, 80, give 80 here, JR, 77, 50, 21.
Be 1,000 cows next week.
65. Has a good five. 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 7.5. 7.5. 70. 70. 2.5. 72.5. 5. 75. 50. 77. 2.5. 80. 80. Give 80. And now 80. 80. 80. 77. 50. 21. What do we got left? Any babies? No babies. No babies, Kelsey. Did she have some? Maybe two. Maybe two. No babies, Clay? $65. Has a good five. 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 65. Has a good five. Has a good five. And has 7.5. 7.5. 7. 70. 70. Now 70. And now 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. Cabinet 67.5. 3. 10. Belongs to Kelsey? Okay. Brother Bones. $0.50 a pound. 30 cents a pound. Somebody might want to take a little gamble. 10 cents a pound. 15 cents a pound. 15. 15. 20. 25. 30. Burns, a quarter pound. 1. $60. Top 5. Has a good five. Has a good five. Has a good five. 7.5. 70. 100. 70. 102.5. 75 here. 75. 75. 75. 75. 75. Yes, 75 here. 75. 75. 75. 75 here. Gibbons. 72.5. Did you tell him to put that last gallon of water? That's where I'm headed after this. Watering hole. Is it a pair? Is it a pair? Kelsey says it's not a pair. It's not a pair. Okay. 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and 45, and 45, 50, 59, 45, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 60 here, 65, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65 here, D, 160. $0.50 a pound. 60. I got 50 up there. Going to be 60, 70, 80, 90, $1, 5, 105, 105. We'll save another one, Roy. 105. Antone, $1. 4 years, she's 5 months pregnant. 2100 and 21. 2100 and 2. And 2100, 2200 and 2, and 3, and 23, 4, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 2700 and 2700 and 2700. Sold 2600. What's the name? Luvano. Three-year-old, $2, 205, and to get five, and a 5 here, a bit of 5 here, 5 here, going to be 205, and 2 and a 5 here, 5, get 5, get 5, get 5, get 5, get 5, 205, and 2 and a 5 here, 5 here, Chris, $2, 8X. $55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 60, and now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 70, and 2 and a half, and 72 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 75, 77 and a half, and 77, 80, 81 here, 83, 85, 83, 85, 85 here, 85 here, D, 183, 1. 35, 35, 40, and 35, 40 here, 35, 40 here, 35, 40 here, 40, 40, 40, 45, 45, 50, and half 50, 50, and half 50, 45, 50, and 45, and 50, 45, 55, and 55, 55, 60, and now 60 there, 60 there, 5, 60 here, cabinets, 155, nothing. $65, has a good five, has a good 7 and a half, 70, 70, 2 and a half, 75, and 75, and 75 here, 75 here, 75 there, 75, 75, 75, 75 here, 75 here, give me 172.50. Get in behind her, Coy. $65, has a good 5, has a good 5, 7 and a half, 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 7 and 50, and now 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 70, 72 and a half, 75, 75 here, 75 here, 75 there, 75 here, sold 172 and a half, Kevin is 3.
Is that Cody out there that's yelling at you?
Wake up right there, here now, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and to get about 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, going to get 70, going to get 70, going to get 70, now 70, D, 67 and a half, 1. $1.55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 7.5, 57, going to be 60, and now 62 and a half, 5, and 55, 7.5, 70, 70, 70, 170, and 70, 70, 70, was hold, 67 and a half, Kevin is 3. $75.80 and $75.80 here, 75 give 80 there, 80 75 give 80 there, 80 75 going to be 85, 85 and 90, 90 90 here, 85 and 90, 85 90 here, 85 90, yes, 85 1. Boys better get level. $65, has a good high, has a good, has a good, has a good, has a good, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 750, and now 7.5, 770, 70, 70, 70, 70, and 78, 9, 71, 71, Brad. Gibbon, 170. Square now, Rob. Six-year-old, she's 3 months bred, $1.50. $1.55, and 55, 60, 55, could be 70, 55, could be 80, 55, could be 90, 190, and 90 here, 190, 195, and 95, 95, not 2, and half 5, could be 205, could be 205 here, 5 here, 5 here, Chris, $2, 4. $65, has a good five, has a good, 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 now 5, has a good 5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 70, 70, 170, 170, 170, get 70, and 70, get 70, get 70, get 70, 67 and a half, 2. $1 pound, 105, and 100 get 5, now 5, now 5, now 10, 110, now 15, going to be 20, going to get 5, going to be 30, going to get 5, going to get 40, going to get 5, going to get 50, now 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, yeah, 55 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5, you get 5 here, cabinets, 150, nothing. $65, has a good 5, has a good, has a good, has a good, has a good, 7.5, 70, 72 and a half, 75, and 75 here, 75 there, 75, 75, 50, and 77 and a half, going to be 77 and a half here, D, 175, 1. Seven-year-old cow, 155. Yeah, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55, 57, 57, going to be 60, and now 60, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, and 65, 7.5, 70, 70, 175, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 80, 80 there, 75, give 80 here, 81, 81, 80, and 75, 80 there, 80 here, Chris, 175, 4. 5 years. She's 7 months along, guys. 2100. 2100 here. 1 here. 21, 2, and 23 and a half here. Hip off right there. Here. 125, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30 here. 25, 30, 25, 35, 40, 50, 60, 70, 170, and 70, 80, 80, 90, 190, $2 a pound. You get 210 here. Go to 210, 20, and 210, 20, 30, we get 230, we get 240, 230, 40, and 30, 40, 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 40, 30, 40, 40, we get 40 here, 40 there. Going to be 40 and a half, 40, and tone 230. 35, and 35, 40, and 35, 40, 40, 40, and 35, 40, 40, and 35, we get 40, 35, 40, and now 5, we get 45, we get 45, 45, 45, 45, 50, and now 50 and a half, 45, we get 50, 45, we get 50, 45, we get 50, here, 50 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, D, 150, oh. Dollar pound, 105, and 105 here. Good 105, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5. You get 105, and 105, 10 here. 110, 15, 20, and 21, 21, 25, and 25, 30, we get 30, 135, 35, 40, and now 40, we get 40, 35, 40, and 35, 40, we get 40, we get 40, 35, 40 here, 40, 40, 40, we get 40 here. So 135, cavity sex. $55, and 55, you get 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 5, and now 70, we get 75, 75, 80, 85, 90, 190, 190, 195, and 95, 2, and 95, we get 2, 95, we get 2, 195, we get 2, Chris, 195, 4. Six-year-old, 3 months along, daughter, 105, and 105, we get 5, 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 now 5, and 105 here, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 25, 25, 30, 35, and 35 here, 5 here, that's 130 on 4. Six-year-old, she's 7 months along, 2,100, and 21, and 2150, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 25, and 25, and 25, and 25, going to be 26 and a half here now, 7, 2750, and 27, 800, here, 8 and a half, going to be 2850, and 28 and a half here, 8 and a half, Chris, 2800. 4. $2 a pound. 210. Did you get 10? 220, 230, 240, 250, 260, 270, 270. JR route, 270, 80. 270, give 80. JR, 270, 21. Two no punt right there, 2.5. You 2.5 here, 5 here, 5, now side 5, and 210, and 210, we get 15, going to be 20, we get 5, going to be 30, we get 5, now 40, we get 40, 240, back to you 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 245 here, 5 here, 5 here, Chris, 240, 4. Four comes after 3, before 5. Too poor for the 7X's. I know it. can tell. I don't care. 1 by 5, 2,000. 2,100 and 21. 2,100 here, 1 here, 21, 21, 21, 2,100 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, going to be 2,100 and 21, 2, and 2, 21, 2, tick up at 1, going to be 2, and 22, and 21, 2, 21, 200 here, 1, 200 here, showtime, 2,100. Goodbye, Bob. Three by 2. Oh, 2,000, 2,100, 2,100 here, 1 here, 2,100 here, 2,100 here, 1 here, 1 here, going to be 2,000, 2,000 here, 2,000, if you get 2,000, if you get 2,000 here, 2,000 here, 2, and 2,000 here, there, going to be 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 1,800, 18 and a half, 19, half, 2. Bo, 1954. 5. Bo, 5. 7 by 5. 2,000. 21. 2,100. 2,100. And 22. 22. 22. 23. 23. 23. 24. 24. 23. 4. Now 5. 25. 2,500. 5 here. 2,400. 17. Under 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, 55, 50, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 65, and 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 165, 4. Ten and a pound here, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 40, 45, and 45, 50, 50, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, now 60, 165, 70, 170, and 70, 70, Jace, 165, 30. $105 and 105 here. Good to 105. Good to 5. 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 5. 10. Good to be 110. 15 and 15 here. 110. 15. 20 and 25. 25. 25. 25 here. 5. 30 and then 35 and 35. 35. 35. 35. 30. 40. Yeah, 40. Now 5 here. 45. 50 and then 50. 50. 50. 50. 45. 50 and 45. 50 there. 45. 50. 45. 50 here. Burns. 145 on number 5. 500 for this little calf. 550. 550. Jace, you bidding? 550. Terry bid? 600. 6.5. 650. 700. 750. 750. Ricardo, 700. By the head. By the head. Here's that baby calf. We found one, Kelsey. 500. 550 and 550, 550, 600 and 6.5. Yes, 6.5 here, half here, half here, 650. Yes, 6.5 here, half here, half here. Going to be 650. Yes, 67 and 700, 700 now 700, 700 and 700, 700, 700, 700. Going to be 700. Sold 650. Lueno. I have hell with his name like my dad does with most all the Mexican names. I just have it with him. Is that it, guys? Luvano. Good job. All right, guys, go home. See you later. See you tomorrow.